Testing. Testing 2. Welcome to episode 127 of Beauty Magazine. The Sims 4 story of a once thriving, now struggling fashion magazine. The story takes place, currently it is the year 2008. At that point, our magazine is 10 years old. As you can see in the thumbnail, there was an April 1998 issue that was actually the second issue. March of 98 was the first issue. Beatrice Ullbright started her magazine with a simpler idea of beauty, more of a individual beauty theme, and without all the cluttered covers with all the different articles that, clickbaity stuff. And in 2004, her publisher was bought out or acquired by a bigger publisher called Regency, headed by Simon Barnes. He also acquired another publisher with a different magazine, and in a downsizing move, merged the two magazines, Beauty and Blush and Bloom. And in doing so, because he assumes all beauty magazines are the same thing, it caused... Basically, it's like they took the word beauty, the way Beatrice spells it there with the asterisk, and plopped that on Blush and Bloom's cover with all the clickbaity titles, and, well, she doesn't like it. And it's bothered her ever since, and she's had a hard time keeping her vision going of what she wanted her magazine to be. And it's been like that for the last 4 years, since 2004. Recently, Simon called her into a meeting complaining that she needs to get the sales up. He's in talks to buy out some other publishers and magazines, and he will be once again downsizing. Somebody's going to lose their magazines. He basically told her she's got about 3 months to show something. She asked if it was possible for her to take her magazine back over, take it independent to another publisher, something. And he seemed to be slightly open to that idea, but she'd have to have somewhere to go. I mean, one thing is for certain. She's got to do something one way or another, or she may lose her magazine. In this story, we have Sims 4 gameplay, which we've had quite a bit in the last few episodes. Last several episodes. We occasionally do some building, and we've done some of that. We also use a website called fliphtml5 to toy around with images from the game, and sometimes I'll have ideas. I'm not a professional writer. I'm just kind of pretending everything, but I come up with ideas for possible article names and what might have been on a magazine cover. And some of these I try to make something out of. Here's some advertisements. But, in April, whether article here. I don't have a lot of words for it, but it's just a little fashion spread thing and some boots to go with it. And then I started doing the nail polish article where they were testing nail polish. The cooking together with your partner article. A fitness article using the punching bags. Some advertisements. And then, a catching up with the cover model, Penny Pizzazz article. She's basically telling her whole story here. I told the story over and over, I just didn't quite get it all typed out. But while I was doing this, I kept, telling whatever the story is and what she's been up to for the last 10 years. And she was our first cover model. This was our first cover. It featured this, which is one of the Helena Rose dresses, and so was this. It was a few days apart where in between these fashion shoots, Penny was getting fed up with being a model and didn't like the rules, and they fired one of her friends for a bogus reason, and she was sick and tired of the way they were chopping on her hair, and she just went and got her own haircut at some little, small town, coastal, somebody had a salon in their garage along the coast, and she just stopped in there and said, I'm sick of these layers, I'll go full pixie if I have to. And she didn't care that her modeling agency was probably going to fire her for that, and they basically did. But luckily for her, she was able to go out and walk the catwalk wearing this outfit, and she got noticed big time. And there were some other people there that noticed her, including Beatrice Ullbright, and they basically hooked her up with a brand new modeling agency that didn't have all the rules, and her friend was working there too. So her career continued, and in this story, Penny Pizzazz is like the Victoria Beckham. There is no Victoria Beckham in this Sims world, so when Penny went and got this haircut, people were taking the Penny plunge and copying it. Like these young ladies here. They had just gotten out of a salon after just seeing her there was like an advertisement picture in the magazines that they were reading, and they went to a salon and we want that haircut. And she just happened to bump into him on the street. Actually, it's this lady here and this lady here, and this is Penny in the middle. But yeah, it took off. And it's Penny didn't want short hair, but it became her signature. She wanted to grow her long hair back. And then every year, Helena Rose would make one of these dresses, and Penny was the one wearing it for the cover. And we got some other advertisements that I've made. Some things are from the game, some things are not. The article about eating peas. But, in the beginning, we had simple covers and not necessarily fashion models. We got maids, we got handy persons, we got people just out and about singing, we got an ice skater, a snow angel, and then the anniversary issue with Helena Rose on the cover, too, with Penny wearing another of the dresses. And, pretty much teen and above are allowed to be on Beatrice's magazine back then. She didn't hold back. It was if she saw something that she thought looked beautiful and somebody's smiling and just living their life, it was good enough to be beautiful and be on the cover. Didn't have to be the fancy dress, but, you know, this was... She liked the fact that, hey, let's put the fashion designer on the cover with the person wearing the dress. And then, 2 years later, Penny still had short hair, but it had a little bit more of a regular bob at the time. Just trying to stay a little bit fresh with the trend, the look. And then soon after, at some point, she started growing her hair back out. And then she kind of wasn't in the public eye for a while, and recently showed up with this long hair again, and so yeah. On the cover, spending time with Penny, you're spending a penny. We're currently kind of working on this May issue. Although, story-wise, we've pretty much, acted out these things with our Sims. This writer here had a spa day with her mother for Mother's Day. This one here went and had meals with her mother and her mother-in-law. Our fitness sim, our fitness writer worked out with her mother. So anyway, that's what we're doing with this kind of stuff. I might do a little bit of that too. These are our magazine. Gloria's Guide is like Vogue. That is the statements of fashion. She's got... Nobody comes close to any sales with competing with her. If you took all the other magazines combined and their sales, they don't even get half of what Gloria gets for Gloria Downing's fashion guide. And then we've got Blush and Bloom, the one that was merged into our magazine in 2004. So, as I mentioned, they basically, they basically blacked this out and then put Beauty Magazine on a magazine like this. And now it's starting to go back to that individual type look, but it's still splashed with all these article titles. And then I came up with this one the other day. This is a current rival magazine. The importance of this one is this young lady is wearing an outfit that was put together by our fashion writer. She found these items at the thrift store and realized that a lot of thrift store had a bunch of these blouses and a bunch of these skirts that they should have been more popular at the time, and maybe it was like a Walmart type store had a lot of them and just nobody was buying them. And Dana saw that a lot of thrift stores had these things, and she's like, I'm going to start taking some of these things and putting together outfits and try to, she'll buy them from the thrift store, and she might take a loss on them, but she just wants to see people wear these clothes, In other words, it's like a clothing adoption agency. She's like, put it together, have it out there on display, see if anybody will buy it and give it a new home. And she's not charging more than the thrift store would. She's keeping her prices rock bottom. It's just a side hobby that she's doing. And unfortunately, right now, she's also got another side hobby that she took on, along with adopting her infant, now toddler niece. But she set the trend for people to start wearing these. They did buy these, and they've been putting them together from thrift stores now too. Nobody really knows whose idea this was to put this together, but everybody around town, in all the towns, is suddenly walking around wearing this outfit. This rival magazine is featuring somebody on their cover wearing this outfit. And it's going to irk it's going to irk Dana a whole lot. Dana is my midlife crisis sim. Everything in her life is a midlife crisis, and she's now lost her family. 4 people in her family died in a kitchen fire from the toxic smoke inhalation. The fire didn't kill them, but it was a faulty part in their oven with faulty rubber gaskets and things and whatever they had in there, that when that caught on fire, the toxic smoke from that was enough to finish them off. They already had some smoke and such from the kitchen fire, the stove fire itself, but they just couldn't recover from that poison smoke. And no, I'm not a coroner or anything, so I'm not trying to sound like an expert on that, but that's what I say killed them, and so be it. It was in fact a killer rabbit that killed them, because the part's brand name in that stove is Rabbit brand. This here is Misty Miles. She's a lot slimmer these days. She's been doing a lot of swimming and working out on her own. She's our wellness and sex and relationship writer. She met Wally here when he came over to her place as a repair person, home remodeling improvement sim. Now, she had gotten drunk. Her and her best friend had come home after the romance festival and whatnot, and she was all depressed and feeling like a failure in her life and a fraud. And she was writing about sex and romance and didn't have any real relationship experience. Might have even been a virgin. And she just felt like she was a fraud, even though everybody told her. Even Beatrice was like, no, there's nothing wrong with your articles. You know the topic. Maybe you haven't, physically experienced the things, but you do know what you're talking about. You do your research, and Beatrice was like, we've had your articles fact-checked by other experts, and there's nothing wrong with them. But she came home from that festival and was still kind of drunk and tipsy, and she ended up in the shower, and she slipped and went to grab this handle here or something like that, and hurt her wrist when she was falling. Well, that led to, in the following day or so, having somebody come to install these grab bars, which are currently light bulbs, but Yeah, they installed grab bars, and Wally came back because the bolts and stuff for these, they needed special bolts, so he had to come back the following day to install to get them finished. And she came in here to, like, he wanted to, like, show her the finished product and all that, and well, the night before, when he was telling her that, I'm gonna have to come back and order the part and all that, she was making macaroni and cheese, and she was struggling because you have to, like, drain the water and all that, and she's trying to do that with her wrapped up wrist. And so he helped her out, and next thing you know, they're eating dinner together and having a conversation. So the next day, when he came back and was, like, showing the final product in here, she come in and, just kind of, staring him in the eyes and all that, and one thing led to another, and they were in the shower testing the grab bars, and they work pretty good. Them grab bars work pretty good. And a little while later now, they're fiancés. They haven't been married yet, but Wally's living with her. And we recently started a thing where she was in the middle of, she's been trying to do a perfume article for the past month or so. She's like, she asked him, now that she knows him, like, what, it's an article about, what kind of perfume scents do men like to smell? And she asked him his opinion, and he said, I kind of like that one you're wearing. It kind of smells like roses. And she said, yeah, I like it too, but I wish it smelled a little bit more natural. I wish I could make perfume. And he kind of said, well, why don't you? So he built a greenhouse for her, and she got a job in the science career for up till level 4. We got to level 4 last night, so that she can make the rose perfume now. But I don't want to do that until we're getting as best a quality rose bushes as we can get. But in the meantime, we're doing floral arrangements while we're leveling up our gardening skill and floral arranging skill, and waiting for this to get to better quality. And at some point, I may. It's more going to be pretend for story purposes, not rags to riches type running a store. But I'd like her to have either a perfume store or a store with a florist, or just something romance themed. Maybe they'll start making some jewelry too. I have currently every pack that's available. I have. It took me forever to do that, but I have all the Sims packs for Sims 4 currently. So I can do, like, the gemology and all that stuff. And she's been leveling up in the gemology anyway, just by using this stuff and collecting the rocks and all that. So it's not going to be too much of a stretch to go ahead and try to make some stuff. What do I have her doing? She's just chatting? Alright. I want her to do some mixology also. So currently she's only level 3. Yeah. I think there's there's a couple of themed drinks that I'd like to have her learn how to make. I forget what they were, but and I might have her do some like wine making at some point too. Just okay, while I'm thinking of it, I want to do something before I get any further. I want to go and get some Sims from one of my other playthroughs, and I want to plop them down in this world. I've been doing that over the last since episode 1. I've been going back and getting Sims from my other previous playthroughs and adding them into this world. So, this is my Rags to Roar story that I was doing about 9 months ago. This is based on, in real life, saveafox.org. You can find Save a Fox on YouTube. They got like Finnegan Fox and a bunch of other foxes that they've been saving foxes from fur farms, and they also take in other animals when needed. Cats, dogs, bears, like coyotes. They've taken in a lot of animals and tried to find other places for them to go to, so they don't die. And so I have this, and I do have a series of like, I forget how many episodes, but there's a couple of episodes of this. And I want to add them to the current story. So this here is like a fox yard. I took one of the big tree houses, built it, and then shrunk it. It's like a fox den in here, and we've got rescued chickens. There's 2 chicks here, and then there's when I'm playing the game, there's also a baby. I was watching my episode yesterday. Coco the Brown, Vanna White. The fox is named Rufus. We've got I'll go into that when I go into the playing the family in a minute. Uh, we've got a fish pond here. What they're doing is catching fish from the dirty river over here and transplanting them to this cleaner water here, trying to, give them a better life, even though it's not a big, and then at some point rehome them to a cleaner water. I forget what this was going to be, but, then we got the, quote, enrichment. I think I was doing a rags to riches type thing where I was actually trying to earn the money to buy these things. I think somebody was doing handyman stuff, and so we have I might not have this when I go to describe this. I might not be accurate to what I said in the actual episodes 9 months ago. But from what I was watching last night, the story Cora Auburn is a widow, I believe. A widow or her brother died, one of the two. Somebody she was sharing this house with somebody in her family, and they were the ones that were paying all the bills and whatnot, and she really never did much. And what happened was Raylan Rochester came to town, or maybe she lived here all her life, I forget, but one way or another, she moved in here to help out her new friend, and she helped make sure the bills were getting paid and whatnot, and and they're both animal lovers. And I think we got Kalama, and Kalama, I believe, is one of our volunteers or something. Maybe I think she's got cooking, fishing, handiness. Okay, so she must be one of the ones doing the handiness skill. It might even been a repair sim that I invited. I don't know. I forget. But somehow she's living here. And then in that last episode, Dustin Broke, according to what I said, came here as a sleepover person and then asked us if he could move in. We didn't ask him, he asked us. So he lives here now. We have Rufus Fox, Bubbles the trailer park cat, and if you've seen a Trailer Park Boys episode, then Bubbles is the one that takes care of all the kitties. Who's got his belly. We've got Toonces the driving cat. That's Saturday Night Live, if you don't know. And then we took in a panda, Trish Panda. As you can see, we've only got $100, so this is I probably was doing a rags to riches type thing. Okay, we got Gandalf the Brown. He's not gray yet. And I think this might have been the chick that just grew up. And then Coke, I think these are, and the adult ones I like rescued. So we got Coco and Vanna White. Oh, and one of the things that I found out was, at least I was mentioning it in that episode, I could be wrong, but the cats seem to play with these. So, these are cat beds. Yeah, you can ask the pets to lie on these toddler beds or infant beds. So yeah, we're gonna add these to our other story. And of course, I that was 9 months ago. I didn't have all the packs back then, so and then that's the Port Buford Trailer Park where all the kitties and stuff are coming from. A lot of abandoned kitties in the trailer park. It happens in real life too. Um,
Nibnut ranch alloy. Yeah.
um, Here, while I'm on the subject, okay, I don't know if I have a shortcut to this one or not, but okay, let's give it a test. No, I don't have one. Anyway. Anybody that wants to check that series out. Alright, I need to move them. Wish there was a way to upload a house with the family still attached to it, unless I'm missing it. It'd make things a lot easier. Oh, joy. Okay, the baseball's in a commercial, so I'm gonna go get my coffee warmed up. I'll be right back. Okay. Well, looks like we went back to this one, so... Alright, they're gonna need money to, Okay, and this, since I'm not actually... Well, alright, I'm gonna need to save this as a different game then. Because if I give them money to buy the new house... No, let's not do it that way. Let's not do it that way. Hopefully I still got the house saved. Okay, it's better to do it while you're in the... while we're in it. Placing it the other way just seems to have glitches. Or it takes forever all the time. Well, it probably had the glitches also because of the move objects thing. Okay, for starters, I want to find my lighthouse people, put them back in the lighthouse. You're just going all over the place, aren't you? Yeah, I am. Unless I moved him in with somebody else, I might have done that. Okay, I'm looking for my dude that looks like he's a lighthouse keeper. And then the lady that looks like a forest ranger. I mean, I don't think I completely got rid of them, but... Problem is, too many times all of a sudden they'll be wearing something else. Well, at least two had a baby. Okay, well this is less important, but... Trying to remember what the hell I did to make them not be in the world. There we are. Okay, I don't think I have Kennewick's in, or, huh, just barely not enough. No, it's almost like I deserve this somehow. You know, I don't know. Just yeah, you were gonna do one household. Now you're trying to do other households, and you didn't even do the first one yet. Now I don't even know if they're still saved. Probably not, since it brought me back to this one again. So everything I was just doing got screwed up. And, you know. Here, let's cause the game to crash again. Come on, you know you wanna. Of course, it's probably gonna put the house backwards, because, you know, they can never put it the right direction. Okay, there's a real simple way to do this. Oh, joy, look, buffering on the frickin' thing, too. Everything just wants to fart with me today, huh? Alright, let's... Let me guess, it's going to tell me I can't do it from here, and I gotta do this anyway. Yeah, see, they don't have enough money for that, so I gotta go in there. There, you received a grant. Congratulations. The hell? Neutral? What the hell kind of crap is that bull crap? Now that means there's gonna be another Dustin Broke somewhere. And another Kalama, whatever her name is. Kalama, well, possibly, because I think some of these are randos that get made, but Dustin Broke's not a rando. But at the moment, other than putting Dustin Broke in somebody else's house or something, I have no clue where. Well, here, you know what? We'll find that information out. Okay, he's a celebrity. He's supposed to be in Del Sol, which means he's not anymore. So I'm going to have to find Holly, Dirk Dreamer. Well, he might not even be. He might be an out of the. All right. He might be somebody that's not moved into a house, so. So I might have to. You know what? Here's a simple thing to do.
Febine Bapsani. Oh.
What's something?
Ah.
I want something that still says he's Dustin Broke, but that he's not that version. And I don't want this to take me all day because I'm an idiot. Well, for now, I'm just going to go R to R. Rags to roars.
So.
Okay, we accomplished that. Let's confirm that we've accomplished that. Let's move them into there and maybe put her with them or something. Like, we'll move them into that house and then move them into here. And she can be a chef helping out at the bread and breakfast. If I ever play that. Alright. Alright, let's jump back in here for a little bit. Just so I get back to playing something to get my mind back on the action here before I try to do something else and get lost. I do want to do some other stuff today, but let's get back to something that I know first. Now, time has passed since I was in here because we were doing, oh yeah, the one, Joshua Adair called and was asking if he should date one of my Sims from Shade's Cosmetics Company, and I didn't want him doing that, so I went over to Josh's house and got him a Cupid date for from some other guy, and so him and the other guy are now living together. But in doing so, we spent a day or so away from these two, so the time has gone by. And that explains why Misty was in here chatting on the computer. Because we don't have a pool. If we had a pool, somebody probably would have been in the pool. Okay, before I do anything, let's have you do some more research, because that's part of your story. So in yesterday's episode, I had, just because I was trying to give him a boost of learning handiness. I had him finish completely upgrading the bathroom fixtures in here. So we did all that stuff. We did the toilet. We did the sink. And then, did we do the kitchen sink also? Not all of it. I think the bills got delivered, didn't they? Yeah. Let's sell... Oh wait, you don't need to read that. You maxed out. We maxed out the handiness. He doesn't need to read it. Let's see, is he working today? 3 o'clock he works now. He works a 3-hour shift. But not until way later today. Well, we should probably get him. It doesn't say he needs gardening skill anymore, but when you finish that. So, Missy was in here yesterday and asked, was like wondering something about if we put a bouquet on Plopsy, will it stay fresh? Adding bluebell scent to the bouquet is supposed to keep it fresh. We have excellent. We have bluebell scent added. We had pristine condition of the plant, and we had masterpiece on it. So I don't think I could do any better on one of these, but I've only got pristine and scented for this one. But it has to be a quality of excellent in order to put a scent on it. So these ones that are poor, or these normal ones, I can't put a scent on them. Now, it does say I can list them on Plopsy if I wanted to try to get rid of them, but considering the fact that I'm not able to get rid of this, no one's buying this one, just having an inventory full of Plopsy items might be kind of boring if nobody's buying them. Hopefully somebody will buy them. Interesting the way she's doing like two planters at a time. I wonder if maybe if it was in one of the square boxes, if she would be doing all 4 at a time. I don't know if that has anything to do with like higher skill and efficiency, or
no sooner.
You know what? We left off on that because I think we had to go to work that one day. So we didn't quite fertilize all of them. You know, because it always just like join or don't join, and you know you're stuck stopping wherever you left off. I was trying to use the chamomile because there's no bouquet. You can't make a flower bouquet with it. Okay. It doesn't really help if we don't have the equipment. Where do we still have? Okay, there we are. Alright, because you only got the one Christmas rose so far. We went to make it a second one yesterday, and I realized we didn't grow enough yet to make two of them. And it was charging me for buying them. I'm like, no, we're not doing that. We're using our flowers.
Gummy.
Wally, where you at? Wally, where are you? Oh. Well, apply some mite treatment. It might help. Really? What in the actual? I'm getting really tired of this. What other objects? What, the door? The hell? Seriously, what in the... The door don't go that far. You know, it's the kind of crap that makes people not want to play this game. It's like, why do I have to figure this out? Why do I have to figure out why? There's nothing blocking it. It's not this because it's way over here. I mean, it's stupid ass shit like that that makes people not want to play this game. You know, everywhere else I've managed to make it work, but for some stupid reason over here it don't want to work. I mean, did I shrink a tree or something? Is a tree usually bigger? No, the tree's not. I didn't mess with the tree. The only difference I can see is that... Well, no, I moved the planter. Yeah. It just will not go here. Whatever. Just whatever. Now we did the crocus bouquets. We need to do 2 dahlias. I believe we went with purple last time. Yeah.
Got me. He be stunk. You bet. Glory, no. Blush.
So let's see. When they do go to buy their business building, I want them to repurpose a building. A building that you wouldn't think would be a perfume shop. Kind of like I was showing y'all the other day in Port Huron, Michigan. There's a really old Standard Oil station, Amoco station, and somebody turned that into a a barber shop or hair salon. Which, is keeping it from being, torn down. It's a historical type building. Like from like the 1950s or something. That would have been something. I was just thinking, it'd be a little bit too big. Although, if it was an all-in-one, if it was like a wedding venue and had its own flower shop and perfume shop, then it would work. But it's a little bit big for what she's doing. But, now, it doesn't have to be this particular one that I was working on, but the courthouse. If I had a courthouse building of some sort, doesn't necessarily have to be one of these big ones. It could be a small courtroom that used to be a courthouse. But it's a play on the words courting. You're dating, you're courting. It's like a flower shop. You buy perfume, you buy flowers, you buy, candy. Now this one's a little bit too big for that, unless I was using the upper floor for like manufacturing, and then the bottom floors were the different. It could even be like mall style, or like you've got separate people owning separate sections. One's got the candy shop, one's got the florist. And then there could be just a small, like maybe this upstairs part where the courtroom is would be where they do some weddings. It's like it's a former courtroom. It's big enough to have an audience. All right. While I'm thinking of it, I'm going to do something like that really quick, just in case I want to go that direction with a building. Let's go to the place where it needs to be. Okay, that's a 30 by 30. I'm sure this is probably a bigger building than that. $40-30, yeah. Well, click on it. Once again, that problem of not giving me enough lots, and they're all occupied. Yeah, I based this on an actual building that was in the UK. It was slated for demolition when I looked at the Google pictures or whatever. Which is why it looks like something, because I had reference pictures to go by. And was, otherwise I wouldn't have made all this, why do I have this? And, because it's on an actual building, that's why. And that's why I've got this hill and things that I don't normally play with and try to figure out. And the real building, well, this was before we had the rounded building. So I wonder how I would do this now with the actual round thing. I think I was building this for my, possibly for my orphanage story, or, yeah, it was probably that. Yeah, I don't really have much going on inside. I mean, because this could make a nice little something or other with a counter here. Kind of like it reminds me, I don't know if anybody's ever seen it, but the movie See No Evil, Hear No Evil, where they had, a little newsstand that they were working at off to you got like an entrance or whatever, and then like they got their little newsstand here. So something like that where you'd have a counter here, and they're working behind the counter. So I mean, this could be a florist or anything really. I mean, heck, I could have a thing where I just took this and kept copying it along the side of a hallway, and each one could be it's like a mall, only you're not entering the shop, or maybe you are, but. I mean, you could come in here and there's just a few things, and you pay at the register here, and whatever. But I want the courthouse venue. Just so I can kind of, at some point, remind myself that I thought of that, if I somehow forget. I'd like to maybe do a similar, maybe even knock this down and put something else here. Maybe just have the middle portion, and then, like, something else could be standing around it. Well, it's like Matlock. In the Matlock episodes, you had like the main courtrooms, and then you would come out to the hallway. Of course, you're up on another floor, but like you come out of these different courtrooms, and over here was a Charlie's hot dog stand. I'll have one all the way, Charlie. I'm talking about the original Matlock show, not whatever that new one is that I haven't watched because I don't watch TV. YouTube is my TV now. If I'm not watching my stuff, I'm watching somebody else's, but I'm not on TikTok. I'm not doing the other stuff. The exception is if I were to pay for like Hulu to get some Lions games this coming season, so that I could watch some football for a change. I haven't watched more than an hour of football in like 3 years. Well, that's not true. On Thanksgiving, I went to my other brother's house and we had the Thanksgiving game on, and he made me want to not ever go there again for Thanksgiving because assholes rooting for the frickin' Bears, and they're almost winning the damn game. If not for the stupid, the coach screwing up the timeout situation, they could have won that game. And I live in Detroit area, so I'm not rooting for Chicago. He's all like, I don't care who wins. I just kind of rooting for the underdog. Hey, I'm like that too for a lot of things, except when they're playing the team I'm trying to root for. It's like, it's like baseball. Same thing. If the Lions aren't able to win, then I want Minnesota to win. And if they're not able to win, I want Chicago to win. I don't want Green Bay to win. I'm sick of Green Bay winning. They've had their titles over the last several years, or their chances. You know, it sucks that we have to knock off Minnesota when they're doing good. You know, came down to that last game last year. You know, oh, look, the Vikings are doing awesome. Too bad Detroit's doing awesome too, and the Vikings have to lose now so that Detroit can go on. So, well, it's the same thing with college sports. You know, everybody in this state has like either for Michigan Wolverines or they're for Michigan State Spartans, but we all agree beat Ohio State. But I'm not like I'm like I lean towards Michigan State because they've always been seen as the underdog compared to the other one. But I hate the fact that they play each other every year and there's no ties anymore. So one of the two has to lose. So it's the only way they can get a perfect record is for the other one to have to lose at least one game. You know, I want them both to do good, but they can't both win the championship. Anyway. Wanna see something really quick. Here. Sylvia, I want to borrow you for a minute. Get some ideas here. Okay, so these look like the wedding bouquets, not the other kind. But I could be wrong. Yeah, these look like the wedding bouquets. Bracelets, nectar, romance books, the sweetheart boxes. Be nice if you could, you know, I don't know if it's possible, but just buy a bunch of these and then resell them on the shelf. Well, let's find out. We don't care if she's using up her money. You know, I wonder. That would be something nice she did. You know, what if all these years Sylvia talked about how she wished she could run like a florist or something, but never, you know, the fact that she lived in this apartment, she never could do it. And what if Misty's working on the flower arranging thing to potentially open up a floral shop for her mother to run? Ugh, no, not stale bread. Why is it got? I mean, I understand that maybe they're poor and all that, but just you don't have to copy every single detail down to the. I don't know. Yeah, go introduce yourself to Charlie Chambers. Get off your bike, Charlie. Charlie, get off your bike. That might. Is this the lady that's on our cover for? Yeah, yeah. Her hair just looks a little more red currently. Come on.
Amiva.
She's wearing the outfit, so I might. So I want to like for that article or whatever for the Rival magazine. I want to pretend like they've got like an article about the fact that this is trending, but they're not gonna know to give Dana credit for putting it together, and that's what's gonna tick her off.
Oh. Floss. Ah, so. So.
Watanabe Scansis, Domi Vayen.
Oh, dag dag. Marie Poshima? Oh, Tinkwell. Fella Balone. Gibbs.
Fellow baloney. Fellow balonies. How's it going, fellow balonies? Okay, so it looks like 6 is the limit, no matter what. Well, there's enough room in there for them all to fit. Looks like there's a lot of room for the wine bottles. You can go into like if you go into debug, you can get pretty much all these books and have them like displayed like this for your store. I mean, you can run a bookstore. At least putting them in here, they're automatically marked for sale. But if you did the other kind of store, you could use the price tag thingy to use other displays. Okay. I kind of like this, though. I mean, you could just fill this with these things and pretend to sell them. You know, the less you worry about making the money back, the easier it is to pretend something. Because the game otherwise just screws you over. You know, like with them appliances that I want to try selling and you can't do it. It's like even if you put them on the... If you try it in the other kind of business, sure, you can mark up the things and try to make your money back that way, but you have to wait forever. You have to wait forever for the customers to buy the thing. Well, you can't sell the candy makers. Yeah, but you can always put these kind of things in here too. Sell these flowers and where's the other one? The okay, table lilies. Those. Got several versions of that you can fill up a case with. Cool. Heck, you could have these bottles with these flowers in it, and you can have the nectar and floral place. Interesting. You know, it's not a lot, but that's quite a few things that will fit in there. So you could really, you know, whether you do flower arranging or not, you could stock these cases and have a florist. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, hell, it could have been like a former butcher's shop that they turned into a floral, a florist and candy maker or something. Really? That's funny. I work in the meat department at a grocery store, and I used to work at a different location, and we did a lot more meat cutting back then. You know, every day that we were using, you know, not me, but the meat cutters were using a saw every day, and you know, so I would have to hose them down and hose down the room and all that, and you know, actual animal blood. These days, 99% of the stuff comes in already cut up. But anyway, it was a small store that used to be a different grocery store before my company bought them out. And they closed that location when they opened a giant one like 2 miles down the road. Now it's a Planet Fitness. So I always tell the joke, yeah, I used to clean up the blood at the Planet Fitness. Every day I'd have to hose down the blood. Not everybody gets a kick out of that joke, but hey, it's true. I lived it. Buddy, what are you doing back there? What are you doing? What you doing? What you doing? Good boy? Are you good boying? Yeah. Good boy. Yeah. You're just kind of trying to get comfy. I stayed home with you today, and nobody asked me. I guess because I told the other one that I wasn't planning on coming in, and the other one's probably like, don't bother asking because of the way I left the other day. You know. Anyway, I want to explore that, having her help out. I think that would be a good story. I like that angle where maybe the fact that she's got Misty's going all this not trouble but effort, making all the effort to grow these flowers. Maybe in the back she hasn't said anything to Wally about that her mother had always wanted to run a florist. But in the back of her mind, she's maybe thinking that, you know, maybe helping her mother, if Misty's gonna have a shot at something she wants to do, she'd like to maybe give her mom a chance to do the same. I just have to remember whether or not I've already said something about what Sylvia does for a living. I was thinking she kind of reminds me of somebody that does real estate, but And maybe that's like enough money to afford this apartment in this city, but not necessarily have a house of her own. You know, it's funny. That building kind of looks like the courthouse I was making. You know, it's like a similar thing going on. It's a similar vibe. Yeah, it's vibing. Sylvia Miles always goes the extra miles to find you your home. Yep, I'm gonna go get my coffee warmed up, and then we'll come back and see what we're doing. I will be right back. buddy. What you doing, dude? Oh, you doing stuff. Yeah. Calm. Calm. Do you have enough drink? Oh, I'm gonna get you some drink, okay? There you go. Okay. Oh, I wish I could just sit here and do what I'm trying to do, but it's kind of like my life in the grocery store. You know, I go to do something, and I have to start doing something else, and then I'm in the middle of doing that, and a customer comes up to me and wants something else, and while I'm in the middle of that, here comes the curbside pickup people needing something from the back, and just by the time I get back to like what was I trying to do, I don't remember. And it's like, 20 minutes later, oh yeah, I was trying to put the thing back in the freezer. I left the frickin' tuna steaks out. Customer at the counter wanted tuna steaks, and I had to get some out of the freezer, and then somebody else was at the counter, so I couldn't put the tuna steaks back right away because I got to serve them. And by the time I do that, here comes somebody asking a question and blah, blah, blah. It never fails. Never fails. There's always something like that where I didn't get to put the thing back. Instead of, I could take a second and put it back, but then I'm delaying giving that customer what they need and getting them out of the store and blah, 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 because it never fails. If I don't jump to them right away, there's going to be another person behind them. We go for like an hour and a half or so with nobody at that counter, but the minute I'm actually back there, here comes 3 people wanting, and it's never like a line. When there's actually like 2 of us over there and could get the line gone, it's never they're lined up unless it's like just me. Then there'll be like 2 people, get them both gone, and here comes another person. You never see the line. It's like, You finish the person, oh, you turn around, there's another. You finish the person, oh, you turn around, there's another. In the meanwhile, nobody's doing a lunch meat, nobody's filling a hamburger, nobody's doing the other stuff. Oh, now I gotta go to the freezer, and I forgot to put the frickin' tuna steaks back. You know, or I'm in the middle of doing all that, and one of the two scales runs out of labels, so I have to change the label thing, or the one gets stuck, so and I don't have time to mess with it, so I gotta hop over to the other scale and use that one, and then that one wants to have the low memory issue, so I gotta reboot it. I'm never just doing one thing. Even here, when I'm trying to relax on my day off, it's just I'm never able to just do the one thing. And that's, I have a whole Sims world of me not doing one thing. I'm doing all of it. Welcome, literally, to my world. Okay, before I go any further, I'm going to save. I'm going to Okay, I'm going to start with that because I was thinking about. I've probably shown this to you all. Before, but I'm going to start with that. I want to try get some ideas for the building that I'm doing, but I just want to show you all up here in Port Austin, Michigan, at the tip of the thumb. This is the tip of Michigan's thumb. This road here, Van Dyke, starts in Detroit and comes all the way up the tip of the thumb. I mean, it doesn't say Van Dyke right there, but it's Van Dyke. It's M53 here. But anyway, this little row of shops here. This is like the little farmer's market type thing. So when this is open, they've got different people in each of these little sheds running their own little business. Somebody might have T-shirts in one. Another one was like selling potato chips and stuff. So yeah. If anybody ever wanted to try to make something like that in The Sims, I mean, it's basically a tiny mall. Alright, so what I want to do is just kind of randomly zoom in on a town somewhere. Garden City. Let's see what Garden City looks like. Um, no. I basically just want to kind of go around a town and get an idea for, okay, that's the flower shop there. But, I want to see. Oh, I thought maybe that said Hooters. Like, really? It's got a Hooters? I just want to see if there's a building that I can get an idea for pretending it's something else. Like let's say this bank was turned into a florist or some other business. The Crazy House Apparel Store. Okay. Tire store. Well, that probably was a video game store at one point. Some sort of phone store or something? I don't know. Millie's Bridal. Is that a wig boutique? Possibly. The Beef Empire days, eh? Wow. Let's all celebrate. Got your tickets to the Beef Empire days? No, seriously, that's cool. I'm not meaning to make fun of that. You know. We got a town nearby that's got a peach festival every year. And of course, well, I was showing you Port Austin. The next town over, Caseville, is every year they have a cheeseburger festival. I haven't been to that, but Lord knows I'd love to have some. I have not eaten very many cheeseburgers in the past few years, and it's pissing me off. I mean, I had a couple of cheeseburgers. Like, I had McDonald's once and Culver's once back in July. So that's been almost a year. You know, since the last time I had fast food. Or at least the last time I bought myself some. I don't remember. I don't think I've had any others, but okay, that's got Wharton's. That's a nursery. That would be funny. A daycare nursery with a flower nursery. It's like, hey, you're gonna go to the nursery, you're gonna go to the nursery, right? And then maybe on the other end, you have a nursing home. You know, that sign there, the senior center. All your nursing needs in one place. Oh, and you know, they sell baby formula too. You know, you can either do that or you can breastfeed if you need to. You know. Oh, and right behind that is a place where you can do nursing programs. You know, get your nurse's degree type thing. You know, whatever you don't have to go to college for that. Maybe them you know, like them adult ed class type things that are always on TV. The nurse's assistants or whatever. Or any of the pre-med things. So, whatever you're able to do, because I didn't go to college, so I have no idea what the hell you have to do for that stuff. But I know my high school had a class that you could take to get credits towards towards the medical field. Oh, that must be the buses. Oh, it's not a Valero no more. Or it was a Conoco and now it's a Valero. One of the two. The Highlander Laundromat. Don't lose your head. See, look at that little donut place. That's probably a fairly old building. Dress shop. Almost looks like a big 7-Eleven, or at some point that was probably a convenience store. So, I mean, those of you who play The Sims and want to build things and stuff, you know, don't be afraid to get on here. And, I didn't have this tool back in the day, really. I mean, I could look at rooftops, but we didn't have, back in Sims 2 days, we didn't really have this street level thing. Um, but, if you're someone looking for ideas, I mean, what if this was an auto parts store, but now it became something else? You got millions of Dollar Generals and all that could be turned into something else. You just gotta think of something. Ah, Dylan's. Okay. I recognize that name. Baumgars. Well, there's the Family Dollar. That means there's got to be a Dollar General somewhere nearby. Sports lounge and grill. Yep, bowling. As I say, it's probably a bowling alley. Back in the day, it's like you'd see this arched roof like that, and it's like that looks like a bowling place. Wow. Interesting. It's almost like they're holding up the swords so you can walk the aisle thing. The soldiers or the, you know, yeah. Okay, we went to Garden City. What do they got in Astoria, Oregon? Well, they've got the Goonies. Yeah. Drug screening services. Dispensary. Wow. Okay. As you're coming in, it's like, pull over. You got to go to the drug screening. Oh, you're clean. Well, we can't have that. Go to the dispensary and get you some. You're entering Astoria. We got stories here. By the time you leave, you gonna think you lost your marbles, and one way or another, you're gonna lose your marbles. You might get some, rubies and stuff instead, but you're gonna lose your marbles. You don't know what you're talking about. No, I don't. Buddy, you're gonna fall down. By the way, if you've ever watched the Goonies, they live somewhere in this area, right? All the they're like downtown scenes and all that. They go for a bike ride to go to the lighthouse. And they end up somewhere way over here. Start out over here and end up way over here. Yeah. I mean, that means either they had to go across this bridge, or across this bridge and that bridge to get way over here. Because they sure as hell were not over here. They were on the ocean. Alright, get out of there, Robert. Get out of there. Get back to what you were doing. I don't know what you're doing, but figure something else out. I don't know what I'm doing. I just don't know what I'm doing. I'm overwhelmed. There's too many things I want to do. I'm running out of places to put things. What are you doing now? That's what I thought it was. Casa de la Rosa. No, it's not. Because that only takes that meaning. It translates to the other spelling. What does No, that looks like one of them. That looks like a spammy site. This one probably is too, but forest. Oh yeah, probably like Sylvania. Oh really? Alright. Let's go back to playing the thing. I'm not ready. I'm just not ready. You know, it's a good idea, but it's... I'm not ready to make the store yet. Not, you know, the thing is I'm gonna make the store and then not do anything with it, because that's how I roll. You know, it's like doing all this to make a couple of bottles of perfume. You know, that's all I'm. We're gonna. What am I? Maybe I'll make 20 bottles. Maybe. And in the meantime, she's here. You're gonna force my hand, aren't you?
Bobna, in a pretty. Ooh, keep that.
Do you think she notices that we've got this giant greenhouse with all the plants? I mean, I was afraid of that. She's gonna find out what we're doing, and we'll have to say something. Be like, "Oh, I see you got this greenhouse with all these plants. You know, I always wanted." Yeah, I know you always wanted, Mom. I know that. All right, I want to see something though. We've got the candy making machine. Uh, okay, but I want to make the other kind. I don't. I want to make the chocolates and stuff. What am I able to do with a crock pot? Chili. All right, that's cool. Okay, well we got an extra one of those, so yeah, we got an extra one of that. I'm pretty sure it was the other Sims games that had the candy making thing. I think this is only cupcakes. That sucks though.
Iklas, Dulaine, Finner, huh?
I don't know why I'm bothering to look at this. You know, I'm gonna be really shocked if there's any kind of candy on here. I mean, you think for as many times as I've looked at the list of things you can make in this game, I would already know by now that you can't for sure, but hey, I'm checking anyway. Cool. Cool, and you could actually... Okay, well, that'd be something for Dana to do, since she's made the jam. Pump up the jam. Oh, man, I just... Yeah. I'm overcomplicating everything as usual. I mean, that's the way the story's gonna go, though. I mean, it's way too much for her to do a florist and a perfume shop and all that, so letting her mother help out is probably the best thing for her. Although that can cause complications and, you know, arguments. And the only place I can get those chocolates that I can tell is by buying them from there. Unless there's an option to buy gifts on the computer. I mean, I think there is, but... Oh, Wally's got a computer. Okay, this is not those kind. There we go. You can order them on here. So they're not craftable, but... That's okay. It's one less thing to have to keep making. Is there a limit to how many I can buy? No, so you just buy them once and have enough? Yeah. What? You're a punk. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get comfortable because, you know, this stupid mattress hurts to sit on. See, the problem is the more I keep doing all this other stuff, the less I'm doing anything with the damn magazines. And I just, you know, I can't keep saying that there's 3 months left when we're doing things that are taking a year. And how are these things that I'm doing that are taking a year taking place in only 3 weeks when we've only got 3 months left? You're not thinking fourth dimensionally. No, I'm just thinking dementedly. I think you need a break from this house. Yeah. We know what we're trying to do here. Let's come back to it later. Okay, well that's got to get fixed. Maybe. Well, nobody's with. Well, Beth is with Sydney right now, but it doesn't help that I'm starting to get hot. Where the hell did winter go? I don't want it back, but damn it. I wish this house would make up its mind what temperature it wants to be down here. Buddy, shut up. Yeah, well, I'm not getting a tattoo of a raccoon. I mean, maybe the ones I added a few minutes ago with the sanctuary, but maybe one of them will get a tattoo thing of a fox or a raccoon. But Oh, great. You only got 2 hours left to do it. Well, all right, let's go and get some treated patients. And treat my patients while we're at it. Why am I not going with her? Probably because you didn't get the message before she started work to say whether you wanted to go with her or not. Joy. What do I want to do? I don't know. I really would like to actually work on something for a magazine for a change. A fashion spread or something. We got Dana here right now at the magazine. Maybe she's working on something. It's her job. What were we going to do for May? I don't know. Maybe something floral print. Um, I'm not an expert when it comes to what happens in what month, but I mean, I know we got Mother's Day as a theme, but that doesn't always mean I mean, I know there's Easter dresses, and that's like the big thing. You know, get the kids an Easter dress. But not having any sisters or anything like that, you know, I didn't grow up with, you know, and my mom didn't celebrate holidays, so it's not like, I mean, we didn't celebrate like everybody else. It was like, okay, we're either going over or going out to eat with her mother and father, but it wasn't like some big Kmart holiday or like retail holiday where we're gonna go buy a bunch of stuff. You know, we're not gonna all get new outfits. We're not gonna. It ain't gonna be like that. Well, you got some mannequins in the basement here, right? Yeah. Yeah. And it just happens that you're the next floor up, so. Now we already did all these cardigan things, so we're not gonna do those. We're getting kind of okay. It's mid-spring, going into summer. Maybe some spring jackets. Maybe the game has some. Now that I got all these packs, maybe there's some better outfit choices. Wish there was like a warmer weather option. Okay, we're getting somewhere. All right, I'm gonna go warm up my coffee, and we're gonna come back, and we're gonna do some spring jackets. We're gonna come up with some spring outfits for, whatever. So we gotta do something for the magazine. I'm going. This is too many episodes where I haven't done anything with the magazine, and I can't have that. Buddy, don't start. Buddy, I've already been away for long enough. Can we wait a while? Stop. Damn it. Why do I bother even having an episode? It's like, spend half the time making coffee, going piss, taking the dog out, not actually playing the damn game. Come on. I was going to wait a while, but no. Well, in that case, buddy, I'm going to fix the mattress as best I can while we're doing this. You're going to stand down here for a minute while I try to do that. Okay? Just get this thing to grab a different spot. All right. Here we go. Stop trying to scratch me. I know it's not that you're trying to scratch me, but you're trying to wiggle so that I'm not holding you. And you got them damn bird talons. That might be better. Alright, let's get something on the legs. That's the only option for that. Yeah. Oh no, not the golly hoppers. Yeah, she's wearing golly hoppers. Oh, that's a fitness kit. I wish I could mouse over that and it would tell me what kit it came from or pack. So that I don't have to do this. Fashion Street. Oh, look, something I haven't clicked on yet. Yeah, well, we're not pairing that. That ain't happening. Okay, well, that's definitely not floral print like I thought maybe it was. Then again, I don't have my glasses on, but then again, so what? Oh, there are some floral print jeans. What do you know? Well, now I know there's floral print jeans. I have no idea what I'm doing. No, I'm not. Oh, wait, hey, there's these. Buddy, are you getting me? Are you attacking me? Okay, I kind of like that. I don't know if I necessarily want it to go with that, but here's the thing I'm looking at. They reach up to the top. I like that. I think I've got an outfit where I think Caroline's wearing these pants or something. Well, she's not exactly in the household at the moment, so I can't check that without going to her house. Jackets. Maybe I'd like it better if it wasn't on a mannequin. Yeah, well, too bad. Oh, sure, you give me one to choose from. The hell was that? Could she maybe do a thing about, okay, well, what's the difference between these? Well, we haven't even clicked through these yet. That's one difference. Joy, we were taking up the spot with the same thing. But how are we gonna have 350 new fashion choices if I can't get one? I don't know. Still want to do this. Well, alright, Robert. Yeah. You can just pick one of each of these things and pretend like she's featuring it. You know, don't just stop beating yourself up over the fact that you can't pair something because you don't like them. I don't want to mess with custom content yet. I mean, it bothers me that I have everything and I'm still not satisfied as it is. I don't want to have to have custom content just to find out I don't like that either. Can we just keep this simple? I don't know, can you? I mean, what do you have for your options here? You've got a purple one there. What colors do we have for this? How about, I mean, you could always just say so-and-so's new line and just take those jackets and these pants and show like 5 combos. And then do a McAdams thing where they're like, you know, this is the find it for less type thing. Something similar, but for less. Yeah, I mean, I do like that, but... Can we get, Don't limit me. It's hard enough without having to be only the cold weather ones. Like, bullshit. You can look at the menu, but you just can't eat. Alright, let's... Okay, click on the first one. And click on the first one. And just ignore the shoes. Second one. Second one. Nope, I don't like that one. So they only had 1 or 2 good ones. And then they got away from that. Okay, so what do we got? White on white. We got the fuchsia or whatever that's called, and blue. White and yellow. Pink and pink with white. Well, pink and white with pink. And then you got blue with purple. That's not too bad. No, it isn't. I mean, I kind of... Well, let's see what other options we have to go with the yellow one. Maybe that one? Yeah, I mean, you know, it's not perfect, but it's an option. What would this one look like if you gave it a different... That's got kind of a retro vibe to it. You know, it's like 70s-ish. I don't know exactly what it's reminding me of, but it's like... You know, it's like Price is Right when they have the background with the doors. That's what it kind of like the Price is Right doors. Something like that. Let's just leave it like that. It's not bothering me that much. Maybe give her different shoes. Yeah, whatever. I don't want to worry about that. Okay, blue and white. And that color, and that color, and that color. Alright, now we have 2 of that kind. And then 3 of this kind. Yeah, well... How many of these altogether did you have? You had 1, 2, 3. That was it. That's all you had. So, unless you want to put an outfit together with the extra one. What if... Yeah. What if the ones with the flowers and birds are the designer ones? Yeah. And then the ones without the flowers and birds are the McAdams department store ones. It's a possibility. I can kind of go with that. And the same would be true for the pants. Yeah. Well, let's find out. What options did we have for the pants? These pants all had floral on them. Yeah. These were jeans, right? Yes. So I need... Yeah, we could probably use these to supplement that. Okay. Alright, so we're getting somewhere with that, right? Yeah. So, let's do these here with the other tops. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Heck, you could even do it just a bunch of different combos of this. You know, like take this and show what it looks like with each of the other ones. Take another pants and show what it looks like with each of the other ones. Yeah, we could do something similar to what we did before, where on the main page we could have a model wearing each one, you know, one of each. And then in smaller pictures, the mannequins could be wearing the different choices. So you're talking about... Well, that was the April issue. Yeah. No, it wasn't. It was the March issue. So we had the models wearing one of each. And then we had the mannequins wearing one of each. And then we showed 5 each of the options. From each, a set from each designer. We had Kit Royal that made these. We have Helena Rose that got in on the action with that. I keep clicking on the wrong damn thing. And then the last page, we had Christine by Christine, and the cheaper options that you could put together from McAdams department store. And you could use a jean jacket instead of a cardigan. Yeah. I mean, it's complicated, but it's simplified. Yeah. Are we going to do the models from the catwalk again? I don't know. I was thinking something more outdoorsy. You could use the runway that you've got on the front cover. And you could put something about, the latest and something. The latest spring something or other. Spring jackets and jeans and jackets. The latest in jeans and jackets from the top 5. Or from somebody. Or it could be, just the new line from so-and-so, and then get the look for less. Or if we get the, we can do the same thing where, alright, we can do a very similar thing to what we got here. And I just figure out putting some other ones together from another set. Does this have to be a May thing, or could it be a June thing? Well, see, that depends. You've got your 3-month thing going on. There's no rule that says that that's happening right now. It just says I just said it's 3 months. So, I mean, for all I'm, that could be like starting in June. With all the different things that have been going on here, I have no idea what the timeline is right now. I mean, how the hell did we have like several months of taking care of a baby, several months of all these, growing flowers and going dating and because it's a game and you keep making up the rules as you go. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, we got our template, right? Yeah. You know what you did before. I mean, I'd like to change it up, but at the same time, I know what worked. Yeah, well, just keep in mind, you got like at least a third more packs now than you had when you started this, so you got more options. I mean, you still have the same damn mannequins, but alright, let's click on this. Yeah. And let's dress these mannequins. Because someone's got to do it. Oh, yeah. We weren't down there. We were just... Alright, well... Get up. Get up, Dana. You got things to do. Okay, you're, you sure are wearing a lot of different things all of a sudden. Here, wear that. And it didn't. Okay, we left off on that one, that's why. And it put this on her because it was the last one we made. Okay. I wish I was able to have, like, multiple mannequins and not just stuck with, you know, a limit. Yeah, I know. It doesn't help that you got the same pose for these two. No, it doesn't. That's a little better because it's not. There's more between the two, so it's not as. It's not as obvious that you've got the same one twice. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, yeah. Now, which designer would you say did these? I'm not really sure at the moment. What if, yeah. What if this article, yeah. What if this is Dana putting her personal touch on this? What if one designer made all the tops and another designer made the bottoms and she's putting them together? Is she saying so? Maybe. Maybe. What if she's using a different name, a pseudonym? I think that's what that's called. I don't know. See, again, I'm not some expert when it comes to fashion magazines, so I don't know if the person doing the article ever does this or not. You know, like styles the wardrobes or any of that. I mean, you've got the fashion shows, you know, somebody behind the scenes is doing stuff back there, but would a magazine be doing this with models, with mannequins? Would the dress, would the designers be mad if their clothing was featured with somebody else's clothing? would she perhaps behind the scenes have gotten permission from these designers to mix and match their wardrobes? I don't know. But story-wise, that's sounds like something I'd like to try. Maybe because of everything she's been going through lately, she's at a point where she's just kind of not caring and giving it a try. Maybe with her what she's doing with that other outfit from the thrift store, she's trying to do the same thing with these brand new outfits and make them into good pairings. And I'm not saying I'm making good pairings here. I'm not, I like what I'm looking at, but that don't mean they're, that doesn't mean the fashion police are going to agree with me. Like, no, you can't have that white pants, that white top jacket. You can't do that. It's ugly. I mean, it kind of bothers me. It reminds me of one of the vintage Pyrex plates, the old casserole dishes and stuff, and the Corel dishes. Yeah, it's a Pyrex casserole dish with a Corel plate. Yeah, okay, Corningware, but there was also Pyrex to go with that. And then, what was that called? What did I call the other ones? Damn, what the hell? Corel. Yeah, blue flowers, that kind. This one here. So we got that plate. And this casserole dish. Yeah. That's basically what that is. She looks like a frickin' dinner plate. But so what? It's not that it ain't cute. Wouldn't it be funny if the mannequin was made out of the same material as the plate? Oh boy. Well, anyway. So where do I want to do it? I would like to do an outdoor. I want to do some outdoor stuff. She wants to do some outdoor stuff. Did I do this way the last time, though? Did I just take large pictures? I mean, that's what it looks like, although... Now that... No, I did. I took them all separately. I either took them separately or I squished them together afterward, because I can see where I've done some editing, and down here there's missing bits. So, alright, let me see the screenshots. Because the screenshots will tell me the story. Well, it was right around the time of doing this, so... Okay, maybe I did the mannequins first in January. Yes, I did. Okay, so that's exactly what I did. I took the big pictures and then squished them together. Alright. Maybe change the wallpaper thing, or the other option is to remove these and have the wall behind them. But when you go to squish them together, if you've got any kind of patterns on the wall, it's going to screw things over. Because it'll definitely be noticeable. I mean, because if you do that, then you'd notice when you move the things around. Oh wow, I didn't know I had this. That's kind of too bright. just keep in mind, she's doing what she wants to do. She might be breaking the rules. I know, but still want it to look okay. Okay, well, this gives us a bunch of options. Yeah, but it doesn't give us the floor tile. No, it doesn't. Okay, well, what do we get with the whatever that is? It's got to be solid. Oh, joy. That'd be nice for the ceiling, but... No. No. It's not perfect, but it's different. Yeah, it's definitely different. Now, what did you do to do these pictures? Did you use a camera? I believe I did. She's not going to have a camera in her inventory. Not one of the, you know, we probably had to sell it.
Dabaste.
Okay. Let's get it so that it's lined up like that. Touching the shoulders, at least sort of like that. And then touching a piece of her and her. And you should be okay. Fucking emails. Gonna bother me. Oh, it's Steam. Police Simulator Patrol Officers from your Steam wish list is now on sale. It's now $14.99. Problem with me buying that is I don't think anybody wants to watch me play that because they're gonna get bored after a while of me doing nothing but trying to give parking tickets and just be like, no, I'm grinding this out. I'm not in a hurry to get in a car and go chase down the bad guys. No, I'm got people illegally parking. Like, you ain't supposed to be on the damn sidewalk. I'm towing your car. And then, when I start shooting them for tailgating people, I'm gonna have to start over every day. I don't like tailgaters. I don't like rude people that just have to get on somebody else's ass. Not everybody has good brakes. And then you've got people that might have, like me, who may have just gotten off of work and my feet are sore and I can't move my feet as fast as usual. And I might have to hit the brakes. But no, you're in a hurry to get a block down the road, or, not even a mile down the road, you're turning down the side street where you're probably living. But you just gotta be on my ass. It starts out as 1920 by 1009. You mean just like that one? Yeah. Okay, we left that piece there. And then that was where we wrote on it. That ain't gonna work. No. Well, how big are they in the other picture? Well, keep in mind you moved them around, remember? Oh, yeah. If only I remember how I did that. I mean, one way or another, this is what it looks like if you do 1224. And you're leaving that much room above them all. Somehow I was able to do this before. I don't know, just moving them over a few inches each is not gonna make that much of a difference, is it? You know, scrunching them over about this much it would only get me down to about here. I'd still have all this ceiling. Yeah, and what did it look like on the thing? You basically filled in the rest. Well, these don't look like they're that big. True. I mean, This is the smaller versions that you pasted on here. And then you made a 612 792 page. Yeah, I did, didn't I? I wish you could just, like, do the 3 of them and not go so overboard with this all the time. I mean, we could have so many pages of fashion if we just stopped complicating the frack out of it. I mean, we could have actual magazine pages of clothes. I mean, I know you were enjoying doing that, but here you are, you're complicating the thing, and I mean, it was great when we had our week of vacation and all that, but we don't have our week of vacation. I mean, what week was that? That was a week of vacation, I'm pretty sure, because whatever week the Super Bowl was, that's the week we were off. Yeah. Now you're trying to do all this on little bits of days off here. It's way too much. Hmm. It's okay. It's all right. I like what I have. It's just the whole making it into magazine pages things that bothers me. Okay, so that being said, you got a 500 there. If you were to put another one on top of that, you'd be at 1,000, and then you'd have to shrink it. You'd have to somehow remove 200. Yeah. 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 Oh, that's right. We're all right. Let me. We have to somehow shrink it down to that if we wanted it to look like that. Yeah. Well, you're back to the whole. You're selecting 3 of them, right? Yeah. And you've got the 3 tops, not the 4 tops. No, we only got the 3 tops. What is this? A pizza commercial? Yeah, you know, round or square with up to 3 tops. $7 a topping. Yeah, sounds about right for these days. I'm not sure because I haven't ordered a pizza in probably 3 years. Yeah, I'm thinking we might want to try that. I don't know. Keep in mind, if we were to do this, we could always have another page where there's 6 more on the other page. So instead of trying to squeeze 5 onto one page, you could have 6 altogether on 2 pages, or 12 altogether. So, I mean, you can either have 10 or you can have 12. And what does it hurt? You know, you're not actually paying for pages, so you know, it gives us something to flip through in the magazine to have extra pages, you know? It's not advertising, so yeah, I hear you. So let's see how many combos do we have. Let's figure that out. Okay? All right. So we know that we've got 3 of these tops. So let's see. We got 3 tops, and then how many pants? Okay, these pants we have 9. Yeah. All right. Okay. Dummy? Yeah. Put the sneakers on her. I don't know what kind, but find them. Okay, what kind did we use? We got the purple ones that are next to the pineapple and ham pizza. So it's the last ones. Yep. Okay. It's gonna look really bland. Yeah, I know. But it'll give me an idea of whether or not I want to do it. Oh, that's right. I'm like, hey, oh yeah, that's right. I changed them all. So these are all set. Okay, but yeah, you know you've got 9 of them, right? Yeah. Well, it means you should be doing 3 at a time. Yeah, it does. Well, you got 3 different poses, right? I think. No, you got other poses. Yeah. But these are the ones that I picked before, right? Yeah. What do we got here? This is neutral. And that one's neutral. So I need to get one doing business. Yeah. Okay, well just keep in mind that the lighting, yeah, I know. Okay. You have 3 tops and you have 9 bottoms. So, you take the whites and pair them off with 3 of the 9. Then you take the fuchsias and pair those off with a different set. I mean, it doesn't have to be different, but it can be. And then the other one, the black one, with the rest. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, but we don't get to see them all that way. I know. I understand that. But for now, for the sake of my sanity, we gotta figure out something to get this done. What sanity? You ain't got no sanity. Oh, yeah. Speaking of my sanity, I did make a pot of coffee. I should probably go get some that's like fresh. Freshly still on. I'll be back. Alright. I'm gonna try to make some things a little easy on myself. I mean, we're trying to use these spotlights and everything, but they suck. Here. Alright? Yeah. Just get out of the way. Because then I'm a little less worried about all them shadows. It's nice and bright in here. I can just set the camera up. You know, I can just get a row of cameras and figure out where I want to be and be done with it. Now, what was that rule? Was it only 5? Was it... Or is it 10? Is it 10 mannequins total? That's too many. You only need 9. Okay. Yeah. Alright. And let's get this lighting to matter. Let's put it here. Let's get it all like lined up so that we're by the wall. How about we move... Yeah, we're going to move over 1 space. That way we're a little bit further away from the corner. And we're going to manage this. We're just going to do it. We're going to have fun with it. Because, you know, while I was away for a second there, I was like, you know, I just wanted to say, you know, I don't mean to sound like a downer, because I am actually, this is actually fun. I do like doing this. You know, I just wish it didn't take so much time, but I am enjoying this, and especially the fact that I'm like actually working on the magazine. I want to work on this magazine stuff. I like doing this. I mean, why would I have a series about making a magazine if I didn't want to talk about magazines and make them? I don't know. I must. I mean, I know I have a screw loose, but okay, she had a camera in her inventory, but we're not gonna worry about this. So. Her inventory? Yeah, her inventory. Alright. And it doesn't matter what my angle is on here. We adjust it when we're at the camera. Okay. Touching the shoe. Yes. Turn the flash off. Yes. This is all the way down. Yes, it is. We got the 3 different poses. Yeah. Now, are you sure you've got these in the right order of outfit? No, I'm not. We lost one of them, didn't we? Maybe. I think this one got... There's supposed to be 9 total, right? Yeah. I think you got too many of, there's too many dark ones all of a sudden. Yeah, this is not, I don't know, something's not right. Well, some of those could be the same thing, but with, that's why we needed to test this. In any case, you know you're clicking that one. You know that one's got that. So then this would be this one if we're going in that order. And then this one would be that one. Well, you guys go ahead and have a friends hangout up there all you want. Beatrice, you're up here. You're by the thing. Who's this? Cody. Oh, Penny's here. Joy. Of course, we have to have Miss Fashionista from the thrift store. Miss first cover model. And then we oh, Dana. She gonna find out you're doing her job. We got our photographer here all of a sudden. That's okay. She can wait a minute, Eloise. How come you didn't get included? I don't want you coming down and bothering me. Oh, because you haven't met her yet. Damn it. None of them have met her. No, well, see, that's now you're adding. No, you added her to your own group. That's not going to work. Yeah. Well, Jocelyn's coming down the stairs here, right? Yeah. Let's have her intercept her.
Clue bagoon.
Everybody, enjoy your TV show. Yeah, you can like Funny Sims. I don't mind that. Hold on. Watch channel. Let's watch the Decorator Network or Cooking Channel. Yeah, everybody needs to learn how to cook. Alright, so there's a dark pants and a dark pants with pink. There's a light pants with pink. And another light pants with pink. What's the difference? Now this is darker blue, but it's got a white color on it. So what's the difference? Do I just have 2 of this one? Okay, we've got okay, there's only one light blue with pink. That's dark with pink. That's dark with white. That's dark with pink. Dark. Wait a minute. That's darker than this one. And that's the yellow. And you've got pink and you got white. So there's only 4 of the darker blues and 1 light blue. Did you just change one of those? I think so. So you've got white, dark. Number 3 should be the yellow. Number 4 should be that one. Number 5 should be this one. Okay. Now, number 1 should be that one. Number 2 should be that one. 3 should be that one. Number 4 should be that one. There should not be any others. There are 2 pink flower on blue. One's a little bit lighter than the other. Right? Not counting, well, that's what I think that's white on blue. Or, well, anyway, it's lighter blue. So, yeah, but now you don't know which one you're supposed to be on. Did you click on the first one? We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We know what order we're supposed to be in, right? Yeah. Because once we got the pants settled, then we can just go back in and put the other 2 jackets on both on all the whole group. Yep. Okay, so we were on the last one, so the last one should be this one. Okay, so that's a lighter blue. This is a dark blue. That's a light blue. And then that's got the white. So these are all different. These are all different. Yeah. Okay. So then I need business pose. And then confident. Okay, so neutral. I am not playing around with this. I do not want any shadows. If I have to, we'll just have a wall of these. Okay. Yeah? You're not playing around, are you? Isn't that what I just said? You're not playing around, are you? You're just not playing around. Alright, let's make sure we do this because of all the crap that was going on earlier. Hell? We'll look at that later. Some email saying something stupid. It's like, what the hell are they talking about? Okay. Alright. So we know that this is down here at the bottom of this. Don't have to move it at all. Line up our little doohickey there with that foot. You know these are rather bland like this, right? Yeah, I know. But we're practicing. Alright, who's getting romance up here with who? God damn it. I mean... you're having... I said watch the cooking channel. The hell? God damn it. This is what I'm talking about. Now the game's fracking up. You know what? Here, go home. Just everybody go home. I don't have time for that right now. Last thing I need is somebody dating somebody, and they're probably learning from the channel by watching Downton Abbey up there. But just probably not flirting with each other. But I'm not playing around with that crap. I don't want them dating each other unless it's my idea. And of course it does that, so I still have to do this. Makes it look like I've only got a picture that big, but... So... right now, you got it to where it's almost exactly the right height. But we don't want that ceiling. And it's not... okay. Okay, well this ain't gonna work either, if you did that. What do you got on the other one? Well, first of all, you went too. Yeah, I know. You went too short on that one. Yeah. That's fine. We can manage that. We can? Yeah. No, wait. You had... Dummy. It's the other one that you messed up. Yeah. You want this to be... right there. Okay? And then when you do this, whatever it is, get them to be the same. Okay? Now what did you have on this one? $59. You know, it doesn't really matter that much, does it? No, it doesn't. We're going to have to scrunch them anyway. I know, I'm just trying to start from perfect, okay? If we start from perfect, maybe we get somewhere. What? You heard me. Well, you've got that angle there, so you ain't gonna be, you're gonna be like, well, okay, well, match up the floors. Yeah. Because if we match up the floors, yeah, we can crop the thing up there. Okay? Yeah, but now look at that. You got that. Those two are right next to each other, whereas the other ones are not. I know that. But we're going to manage that. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. If you're going to manage it, yeah, we're going to manage it, okay? Let's get the other one open. You manage all you want, you manager. Still not going to work the way I want it to. I know that. I know that, but it's just... Let's just see what we got. Yeah, the only problem with that is if I unplug the computer, then I'm not going to remember to plug it back in, and then I'm screwed. So you're going to risk a fire? I don't really want to, but yeah. The hell? Oh, because this wasn't wide enough. Now you know that's not going to fit, right? Ye of little faith. Yeah, I know. You know, we can make this a 2-pager, though. Yeah? Yeah. Why the hell would it go... Because you don't have enough vertical whatever. Okay, so we need it to be vertical. You need 1594? Or is it 84? 1584? You're doing it wrong. I know. What you needed to do. Yeah, I know. I hear you. If you get the other one like this, you lay it out on here, maybe cover up this spot here with the blue floor on here. Well, you know you've got 3 of these, right? Yeah, you do. So, okay, well, what I need to know... $490 times 3 is going to be 147. I mean, not 147, but 1447 or 1490. 14. The hell am I? I'm thinking 49, right? 49 times 3 would be 147. So that's 1470. 1470. So that's still smaller than the 15 that we need. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. Well, the only problem is, yeah, I know. Problem is, I got rid of too much of the yellow part here. Alright, well, how about we copy this? Yeah. Open something else. Okay. Yeah. Now what? Open the original. Yeah. How did we suddenly get this at 1975? Because you did. And that means we can't do that now, right? Not that way. Yeah, you can. You're acting like an idiot. Stretch this back to what you need it to be. Yeah, well, you really want that? No, I mean, it looks like a freaking Muppet show opening. I mean, that'd be fine for one of the pages inside, I guess. Um, Maybe if I had all the other colors on there. I mean, that's what it's going to look like if you try to do all 27 of them. What would you have up here? I don't know. What if we did this? Yeah. And then we make it yeah, but then you can't do that. Well, I have those options. Yeah, I know. Alright. You do know this is going to be stupid, right? Yeah. Okay, you got to come up from the bottom. Okay. A lot of good that did you, because look at that. That spot's already going to cut off that arm. You can't move those two closer. You're barely going to get anything out of that one. You know, you're not saving yourself anything. You're being stupid again. I am. I think. What are we... What is... That's the overall. What... Okay, because I want to be... I think your only option... I mean, we know that we want that, but... I don't like this at all. It's just too many. It's too many Master Skywalker. It would look, maybe it wouldn't be too many if I had the other colors in there, but it's just too many. I'm overcomplicating things. I should just have 3 and 3 and 3 and get it over with. Or at most, half of them and... Well, you would have. If you did, you'd have... No, that'd be a third, you dummy. Let me see something. If I go like that. I like that. Yeah. And we make that. And then we're currently at that, right? Okay, dummy, you don't. You can hit that again. Just move it up. Just kind of put it around there. And go about there, right? You have to get it down to that in order to have it all fit that way. Okay. That almost fits. Yeah. It does, doesn't it? It just doesn't give me any room for writing. No, it doesn't. And that's exactly where we need it to be. And we don't have any room to write anything. You know what you do about that? What? You do something where you're like, you might write on something like that. Or write, yeah, but, well, this is not supposed to be the main article page. You know, the headline page could be, you know, just pick 3 of these and have them, or models or whatever. You know, and this is like the next page. I mean, you can take this one and turn it into a regular page. Yeah. I mean, if you did that, you could have 2 more with the others. And then a 4th page of the other options with the other advertisement. I mean, it's still cluttered, but it's not as cluttered as that other one. Well, you've got 15 here. Yeah. Yeah, I realize that. That's 15. You can have 5 of each, just like we had before. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, that's true. Very true. I wish I was looking at the other one and not the white one. You know, if we had the fuchsia color one right now, that would be nice. This white is getting a little boring. Well, you've got your 3 pages or 3 pictures of 3, right? Yeah. That's 9, right? Yeah. You've got 9 of each. Yeah. I mean, why can't you... I mean, if we go like this, and you had 9 like that, yeah. We gotta somehow fill that in. Yeah. Well, you could get clever with that somehow. I mean, you just had... Yeah. So you got that going on if you wanted all of them on the same page, right? Yeah. But instead of having these all on one page, stretch this out. Let's see. $12.24 times 2 is gonna be $24.48. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if we were leaving room for some writing along the side instead. I know, it's just... 9 just seems like too many. It does, doesn't it? But, I know, but, um, That's almost perfect. So if you can figure out some version of this, even if you have to take this, take this, yeah, take that, and make it I don't like it. No, I don't. I kind of like that better for some reason. But it's like wasting space. Unless I actually have something to write, I wish it was only 2 colors, because then on each side I could put a full-size like model wearing one of the 2. You could do 3 pages of this doing that. Yeah, but I have to have the 3rd page. You've only got the 2 pages right now. It still doesn't solve my dilemma. I mean, it's too many to try to do all 27. It just really is. Something's got to get eliminated. Now, maybe we don't need that many blue pants. I mean, I'd like to have the red. I mean, you have that darker blue and that medium blue both have a pink flower on it. Do you really need 2 of them? It's like, don't we get the general idea of you can get jeans with a pink flower on it? I mean, we've already got it to where it's, well, I think that's a white color, or that's a white color. So you got like light blue with a pink and dark blue with a pink, or we could have this darker blue. That would make it 24 instead of 27. Now, by eliminating that, Does that make a difference? What's that other picture? This one here. We currently have that. Let's do that. Well, by doing that, you also have an even number. Yeah. Which means you can do groups of 4. Yeah. I'm listening. Yeah, I know. You're just redoing what you just did on the other thing. I know. It's not solving anything. I know, but... Can we get the pictures of the other ones? Let's stop that for a minute and let's get the pictures of the other ones. You know, maybe if I get the pictures of the other ones, I'll play around with combinations. Yeah. Okay. That sounds like a plan. We only need to do the tops. Okay? We'll get rid of cold weather. Will you stop with your damn frickin' video crap? I'm not in... No. And I can't, it's not like because if I were to answer him right now and look at that right now on Facebook, then he'd know that I'm on Facebook, and then he'd want to talk, and then that sometimes, it's my brother, and it's like, then it turns into yapping about things that, the same old conversations all the time, what his dogs are doing. And usually that ends up being he needs something. And sometimes that includes needing money. And I really don't want to give away any of my money right now. I just gave away some money yesterday. I donated some stuff to the Fox thing. The Save a Fox needed some help with their Florida thing. They got it's kind of hot down there right now, and they need some cooling beds and things for the foxes, so You know, I went on their Amazon wish list and I sent 2 of them. Like, you know, I just happened to have a little bit of extra money at all this overtime I've been working. You know. They started out in Minnesota, but they've also got one down in Florida, so that if certain animals would do better in a warmer climate, they can send them down there, and vice versa. But you know, they have a link here, and yep. Or you can go to their main page, saveafox.org, or do that stuff. But yeah, they fur farming is still legal in this country, in the U.S. And what that means is there was a fur farm with 500 foxes that are born in captivity. They are bred, you know, genetically to have certain kinds of fur and all that, you know. And because they're born in captivity and literally born in above the ground cages, they can't be released to the wild, even if you do rescue them. They have to go to sanctuaries that have special kennels and yards, you know, big kennels and stuff, so they're not in them little cages anymore. But out of the 500 they originally got when they, you know, bought out or shut down this fur farm, they have less than 100 left to find homes for, or sanctuaries for. And they've managed to do this in like about a year. But it's not just the money to do that, it's like the vet bills. Every other day they're posting about so-and-so has this, that, and the other, and the vet bills are doing this and the other thing, and it's like, you know, I mean, I got the YouTube membership. That's about all I can do at the moment, or when I could a month or so ago. But, and I think I donated once on go to their page and donated some money. But, and then now the $90 worth of cooling mats. But if you ever want to do something like that, or know somebody that would help, you know, or even just sharing that information, you know, I mean, they have Facebook page too. You can share posts on there. You can, you know, whatever you got to do, whatever you want to do, whatever, you know. I mean, as much as it'd be nice if people were liking and subscribing to my page, it'd be nice if I could help them out more, you know. Because they're putting in the work. You know, they've got volunteers, they got blah, 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 but it's like, it's just, they're working miracles, but it does take help. It takes money, it takes help, and, you know. recently there was like a Pixar movie or something like that, and they needed sounds of foxes, and they literally came here to save a fox and like recorded all the different foxes making noises. And then they've got a fox, Finnegan Fox, I believe, actually had his noise or whatever in some video game a while back. Oh yeah. Anyway, I forget how I got off on that. Probably my brother bothering me. Oh yeah, him if he needs money. All I know is for the past month he's been, sent an attachment, and then like the next day I finally go look to see what he was doing because I can't do it while I'm in the middle of the stream. Otherwise, I'd have to like. Sometimes he's yapping for 3 hours. And for starters, my phone battery wouldn't handle that right now because I've been streaming for like 5 hours now. But whenever he's ever needed either money or can you come over and watch the dogs for a few days, or he always has to beat around the bush and wait until like 2 hours later where he finally spits it out. Hey, can you come over? If I can, I do, but it's just the whole having to wait and wait and wait, and it's coming. Something's coming. Something's coming. He's gonna ask something. And half the time, I'm not even doing. It's like I could literally just. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. But lately it's either been pictures of a dog doing something silly or something about politics. And I'm not in the mood right now. If I knew it was going to be the dog thing, sure, I'd go look at it. But the minute I do that, then I'm on Facebook looking at it, and he can tell that I looked at it, and, well, the gig is up. Dummy. Oh no, we didn't dress them yet. We only dressed the one that we were, because we changed them all. Well, wait a minute. No, that would have probably changed them, because we changed all the tops. Unless there's other outfits still on there, but... Let's see, did this actually change them all? Well, first we have to get back down there to her. That's not really working for me. That's just too many of them. You know, if just having a couple of them, you know, like maybe the white and black and the yellow and black type thing, but they don't match all the outfits. Like red and black. Yeah, I think cutting them down to only like 3 of each might be the best policy here. Or 4 of each. I mean, no more than 5. Because we know we can fit 5 on a single page. Or 15. But you know, you have that option. We tried that before, remember? Yeah, we did. We still have that room saved, don't we? We did save that, right? I don't think you did. I think you were just copy and pasting it. Seriously? I don't think you did. Okay, well, I know where to get it. Yeah, I know you know where to get it. But I really don't want to mess with that here. I know. Do you now? Yes. Now I really want to do that. I know you do. Alright. Now we just gotta figure out where we did that. Yep. I mean, that'd be one way to get it all in one. Yeah, we could try that. We can do it that way. I really would like to try it. Yeah. Just gotta figure out where we did that at. I know we had a separate save for that. Come on. Wow, I didn't even realize that was before episode 100 that I did that. Could have sworn that was after. Yep, and then there's the auditorium. Yeah. Yeah, but this isn't a room, is it? Sure it is. So that means that... Did I buy packs since then? Or no? I don't remember. I might have accidentally picked up. This might be too big for what I was gonna do. I probably should have sectioned it off into a smaller chunk. The biggest problem with doing this is it's that same situation with trying to get the lighting. Only now, in order to have a ceiling on a thing, I have to, because I don't want all these shadows. Damn. Freaking having an earthquake here. Okay. Oh man, you. Oh, okay. Well, just shut up. Just put it back. Okay. Okay, and then the ceiling needs to be fixed. Or, at the very least, okay, but I think you might want to do something about that, though. So I think you've got these a little too high. Okay, well. And that's the problem right there, is you can't. There's no way to see. You're not going to be able to get the picture the way you... Well, I think when I take the picture, it gets the whole building. I don't remember for sure. Let me see that. Yeah, it's getting the ceiling way up there, and it's not an open air. So we should be okay. The problem is this wall over here needs to move. All right. So I don't want to have that issue. So we're going to well, you're going to have that issue. All right. Can we just take this and move it up there? Did you put that on the ground floor? Yeah, we did. You sure? No. You do know you still have that maximum of 10, right? Yeah. I mean, it just told you that, right? Yeah, well, there's the problem. Well, we can fix that. How? And they don't know what the hell you're talking about either. No, they don't. And there's no way to... Sure there is. Pretty sure you can, No. No, there isn't. Because those are platforms, not foundations. And there's no way you can paint that. So they're standing in front of each other in the concrete thing. Okay, well, if you were to do like you said, yeah, what did I say? You know, you also have other options, right? Yeah, but you're not really... Yeah, I know. That's better, right? Not really. Well, they're not all making the same pose, right? Yeah. But the whole thing there is, without the spacing, yeah. So what you're saying, it's exactly what I'm saying. Well, if you're only going to have one platform, you could just as well you can just make one. Okay. You just make a new one. But hey, we at least accomplished grabbing that audience thing, because there's things I want to make with that. The hell? Unless that's the opposite. But you can't see the other one. That's the problem. You gotta spread them out like this. Like bowling pins. Okay. But even so, I apologize for that. That's really annoying. That flashing. Okay, that's not as bad. Doesn't matter. don't think I'm going to be happy with any of the things I do here. I'm trying, but it just... I mean, even if I get it right, I don't like this. I don't like that it's concrete. I mean, it looks very like, you know, like fashion posing and all that, but definitely don't want all these black shirts, jackets, you know. This is too the white was too much. This is too much. I can't. We're not gonna do it like this. This is too many of the same thing. You know, even with the contrasting pants, it's just not enough. That's just too much. Just too much. Dana, dear. Okay, so with that being said, yeah. What do you want to do about this? You've got... Yeah, let's turn them normal. You've got... You got 5 in a blue color. Two white, 1 yellow, 1 red. So the question is, we need to eliminate something. I mean, obviously we got plenty of light colors here, but that and that kind of go together. I don't mind having a red with that, but at the same time, I want to be able to reuse some of these other ones, so. And then we've got the white that goes with the white, obviously. The white kind of went with that. But having the white and blue with the blue and white would go nice. I think you just gotta consolidate here and not be so. Why has everything got to be a full line? You know, just because there are 9 doesn't mean you have to do 9. You only got 3 of the floral print on the jacket. I mean, out of all of them, I'd probably say this one and this pair of pants probably for the blues anyway. And then I don't like it as well with the pink pants, the pink flowers. I'd rather match I kind of would rather have yeah, but then you're taking away the opportunity to have the... I know, but the fuchsia one looks good with everything. So, I mean, do we want the white with the white? Yeah, let's... I don't know, it's just overwhelming me. It just is. And it would help if, the page sizes would just come together the way I need it to. So let's do that one. Alright, we got that one. Do we want... Do we really want that one? We want that one. And I like that one for the black. White. Let's separate these out in order. Okay? So what will we do? The white goes with that? No, the white does not go with that. We could do that one. I don't really like that, but maybe that one. This one? Yeah. Let's stick to getting the white done. Let's give the white. Do we want to go with the red? Yeah, but see, you might give the red to all three of them. Let's give the light blue to this one. Since you got the light blue up there, we'll go with the light blue on this one. Okay? Yeah. Now, black and red. Black and the yellow. because the yellow and that, and this is kind of an orange to go with the orange. I'm not a fashion expert, don't claim to be. And then we need that one. Is that what we did, or did we already have? Well, no. Here, you gotta come over here. Gotta come over here. Okay, we've got that and the red. Okay, we're already using the red. Let's go in order then. Turn this yellow. No, that one. Then, next to that's that one. And then we can do, stop taking me back to that. And the black and the red. Alright. So now, what we doing with the fuchsia? I need a fuchsia good men. No, you don't. I like that one. Now that I see it, I don't really, I'm not really digging on the red with that. That kind of goes better. I don't mind that. I don't think I use this for any of them. We do that one for kind of obvious reasons. And then what would you do with this one? Blue, pink. But do you need both the blue and the pink? Did we give the yellow to the white one? I don't know. Oh, hey, dummy. What? White came first. Yeah. Then the yellow. Okay, let's get this sorted. You know, you got two of them wearing pink. I don't know how the hell that happened, but... Because the last one you choose ends up on whatever one you started with, or something like that. So what did we want with this one? Did we want the did we want blue instead? Well, here. Click on one of them.
Submarine.
So, the question becomes, well, we have 3 blue pants. We have 3 white pants. We have only one of them wearing red. I didn't want this with red, so... But we gave you the blue with pink instead of red. Yeah, but here's the thing. Yeah. You have 9 mannequins. 3 of each. You have 9 sets of pants. Why can't you just make sure you got 1 for each mannequin? So that we're at least showing off each of them. Because then you got too much blue. Yeah, well, right now you got 3 whites. You got more whites than anything else because the blues are not. You know, none of the blues are repeating, and you got the yellow repeated twice. Do you even like these outfits? I mean, is this what you set out to make? I mean, you could do 2 of each. I mean, would it be so hard to have 6 total? I don't know. Just don't know. And now I'm really starting to run low on time because I can't stay up late tonight because I have to start at 7 a.m. Which is nice to have after a day off instead of having work today and then doing that, but still. Okay, this is what I want to do. Yeah? Take a yellow, or take a white. Take a black. Well, obviously not that one, right? Nope. Well, you have to change the pose or change the thing. So let's switch the pose. Dummy. Okay. Are we going to do the same thing? Well, we can take that one and that one and that one. And then that leaves and that's not well, you got too much of that going on. Yeah. Okay. Nobody's wearing the same pants. Nobody's wearing the same pants. Nobody's wearing the same pants. And we got them in the proper order. Because I want this one facing this way, and this one doing that thing, and the one in the middle doing nothing. Yeah. Yep. Okay. What do you think of that color back there? I kind of like it better than that yellow. Okay. Are you going to settle for this, or are you going to keep being in a pissy mood? The other thing you could do is, if you wanted, you could change the background for each one, but I think at the moment we want to just get on with this. Now, if you did that, you could do something like that. What was it like when we had just 3? What was our issue with this? Well, my main issue with this right now is and my other main issue is that the ceiling looks like that. I don't want that much of the ceiling. So what you got to do is not crop that much of the floor out so that you can get the ceiling gone. Okay, but how do you determine? How about, yeah, this is just a stretch. Use your tools. Yeah. Maybe put it right on her. So, what? Stop. I hate that this thing is so goosey-goosey all the time. Alright. We got it touching the shoe and touching, well, close enough touching the finger. Thumb. You know what else I wanted? What? If we can align this. Okay. Okay. Let's do this one. No, let's do this one. Yeah, it's still zoomed in where I had it. Nope. Clicked it too many times. By the way, if any of you were around here earlier today when I was yapping about the football games and how my brother was rooting for Chicago when I live in Detroit area, well, that's that same brother. It's like, seriously? You invite me over for Thanksgiving, knowing that I haven't watched any football in like 2 years. I've had to listen to it all. And constantly asking me for... I'm not saying that I said this to him. I'm just like, in my mind. Like, and constantly asking me for money. And you gonna root for the other team? And favors. Let's not forget the favors. Okay, we're sorry about that. We're doing this part now. Okay. Get rid of... Yeah. Get rid of that one. I do like the background color a lot better than that yellow. I mean, I just stumbled across it trying to hide the flashing, but... Okay. And not only that, but this actually doesn't look as bad with that if I ended up keeping it. Okay. All right. I just okay. That's not too bad. I can always cover that with something. I mean, honestly, I'd love for this to be enlarged and still be 612. I mean, now that I look at it a little closer, it's not too bad. I just wish I wish it was. Wish the mannequins were bigger. I mean, I can only do that if I move them closer together. So maybe that's what I'll do. Um, that's not gonna work. Nope. You're not going to get very much out of that though by doing that. You're only what are you going to gain? Like maybe that much? It's not going to be that much bigger. I think you need to just settle down on that. You know, just it ain't going to get better. It's just not going to get better. You know, there's something to do with something that you're doing that you can't figure out. I don't know, maybe we got to pull her back or put her closer to the mannequins. Maybe that would help. Because zooming in and out ain't really the trick. I mean, yeah, I mean, I like that it's simplified a little bit here. That's the main thing. I'm not going overboard with it. It probably would have helped if you cropped these both to the same amount because you weren't paying attention to that. Because there's probably going to be a slight difference here because you resized them. Yeah, probably. Okay, so we can start with the white one, then go to I don't think it really matters which one you start with, but I think I kind of rather have this one be. Let's give this one a try. Yeah, but see, you're screwing this up. Not yet. Not yet, I'm not. Alright. Okay. That's what we're gonna do. What? What we're gonna do? I know, but what is it? Nope. Did you copy it? I don't know. Okay. K? Yeah, K. Is it sponsored by letter K? I don't know. Okay. Yeah. So let's make this. Yeah. No? No. It needs to be 24:48 for that to work. Alright. I mean, I'm trying to have it so we can somehow split it down the middle. You mean put her in the fold? Something like that. Well, what about that? Do that. Yeah. dummy. Yeah. That's not going to work if you don't have something else to put above it. So what you're saying, yeah. Is I need to take half of this picture, yeah, and put it above it or below it. Yeah, that would be an accurate assessment. Okay. Well, first things first. All right, well, one possibility, yeah, you could take these three, because the color is a little off compared to this group, and put it like on a corner here and then write something here. You want to try that? You want to see what that looks like? Okay, well, first you have to copy this. Yeah. All right. Is that what I really wanted to do? I don't think so. Yeah. Yeah, that's better. I don't want to crop to anything. And then now I need to reopen this one. The hell? You didn't size it, remember? Because you just had the other one. You just resized this one. Oh, shit. Now I... The hell am I... Great, so instead of copying it and pasting it in a new one, you just had to do it this way, didn't you? Now all the changes we'd made, we can't just undo to figure out where we left off. This is what you need to do. Okay, 396, is that where we were at? I think so. I think we were at 396 and then we cut off that top. If I remember my math correctly, we needed to be at 396. Well, your math is wrong. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah. No, I think you still need to do the 5 and the 4 if you're going to do this. I mean, you can see where 4 gets you, right? Yeah. Um, maybe, well, no, because then we'd have this one next to her. We almost need to have this one next to that one. I mean, I don't like it, but that's what we gotta do. How about we do that? Yeah? Because if we do that, yeah, I'm listening. That's the problem right there, though. You need these. Yeah, so undo the flip. No, edit. So you need to do this. And then okay, I see what I'm doing wrong. We don't want any piece of that shadow from his foot or her foot. I wish I didn't have that demarcation like that. That really sucks. Whatever, the contrast, whatever the frack I'm trying to say. I mean, you'd almost have to try to take a picture of all four of those together, and that would help, but it's not worth messing with. It's just not worth messing with. You know, in the long run, it's not going to help anything. Where are we at right now? Well, the problem is, yeah, we need it to be. Yeah, I know. Okay, well, how do we get this down to 612? I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Because unless I can make them bigger, it just doesn't work. Still doesn't save. This doesn't change the fact I can only have 8. If that's all I can have, I'm okay with that. I just don't like the fact that I've got the pink above the pink like that. So now that's bothering me. Now what that means is I could have 12 total. And of course, on the bottom of one of those, I could either have it be start the article on the top half of one of these, and then have the next page over be like this, or start like this and then have the bottom part of another be the cheaper options. I don't know. I don't know. I just, I mean, I could probably just pose 4 mannequins like this, and it would be a little easier to do. I mean, knowing that I've done 5, trying to do 4 would probably work. Yeah. Sounds like a plan. Yeah. Alright, well, I'll be right back. I gotta do what I gotta do here. Get some coffee and such. I might be able to finish this tonight. If I feel like continuing it. I'm sorry about that. I don't mean to do that in and out thing with the camera, but it's just a bad habit. It really is. Okay, that's right. We've still got all these, but oh, alright. I'm being an idiot. Don't listen to me. I'm being an idiot right now. Who do you want to not listen to you? I don't know. I'm just being an idiot. Okay, but you're telling them not to listen to you. Here's the problem. Yeah. Yeah, I'm listening. But are you hearing? Okay, so oh, joy. Why do we have that one being the odd one out? Okay, first of all, yeah. Okay, we need it like this. How about we don't use this one? Because that one's the annoying one out of most of them. And yeah, but you can make another group. Yeah, I know. You got 3 pinks, 3 blacks, and 2 whites. Yeah, but you can make another group. Well, we can make another whole page. I mean, if I could just lay these frickin' mannequins out to show what I've got, it sure would be nice, but no, I gotta be limited. Now, how the hell did this thing get so big? See, it's fine when you only have 9 things to use, but when you want to dress them in something else and then you can't remember what ones you used, it makes it a little harder. Weren't you able to do that with the other one, though? I mean, you were able to do 5. I had to manipulate it. Remember? Yeah, I don't really want to have to do that. I had to squeeze them in to do that. This one I kind of did some, but I don't have to do that. I can get them all in one picture. All right, well, you have to figure out which ones you're not using yet. Yeah. Okay. Get it lined up with the wall. Okay, that's the main thing. As long as you know you're lined up with that wall down there, you should be square to the rest. Now,
Boo.
all right. Okay. Wait a minute. Dummy. Dummy. Yeah. Okay. There's one. We've got one page. File. Save as. And then this is going in the May issue, possibly. Alright. So what do I not have? Well, it's really hard to say. Well, you can figure it out. All right? All right? Okay. All right. So, let's just go straight in. This one. Okay. We could put pink, well, I don't want the pink to be directly above that. Well, no, it's not going to be directly above. It's going to be on its own page. Yeah. Let's do it that way then. Okay. I really don't want it like that. I know that. But what one are we doing here? I don't know. I mean, you got white, you got black, you got pink. You know, let's just call it pink and quit worrying about whether or not it's fuchsia or not. Well, you know that what's her name's gonna come after you for that. I'm not worried about what Miranda Priestley's gonna do. Okay, it's a fake character. Okay, we've got the black we've got the dark with the gold for that. We've got the pink. We've got the blue and white there. We don't have the pink with the red. We don't have a black with white. So maybe have a black with white. Maybe. Yeah, let's do that. But not right next to that one. Well, we can change that later. Don't worry about that. The main thing is we need to figure out what ones we're doing. Are we doing that? Or is that ugly? I really don't want that. We don't have white with yellow, so we could probably do that one. Would you rather do white with yellow instead of the blue one? I think so. I don't know, maybe. And then you have black with white next to it, so it's not too much of a... And then... What ones for these do we have? We don't have any blue. She's not wearing any of the blues right now. I mean, the pink is not wearing any blues right now, so... That's not a bad one either. If push comes to shove. Okay. I don't know. What are we trying to do here? Oh wait, we haven't looked at this one. Is this a separate one? No. No, it's not separate, because you only took them 2 pictures. Alright. We'll do a separate one. I mean, we could do the 4, or we can do another set of 8. We've got plenty to do to another set of 8. You've got pieces of 8? Yeah. Alright. And then... I'm not a fan of it, but still, I could probably include it. You did say you didn't have any of these blues yet, right? Yeah. So let's get some. Which one do I have on the other one? Currently the number 5 position. So give it that one. Yeah. We already got that one, don't we? Yeah. Alright, give it the red. Okay. And then what? You could do that one. Yeah, but that's a lot of the pink one. I know, but... Did you do the black one with it? No. Well, you're allowed to make one more outfit. Yeah. Did we eliminate that other one? I don't know if we did or not. Let's just do that. Okay. Because we are running out of time. I don't, I do need to kind of get to bed in the next half hour or so. Because I'll be pushing it. I know I'm going to need sleep tomorrow for trying to unload that damn truck. Alright, so I do have that one. And then... So I got 4 more pink ones. That's too many. Yeah, I know. So actually, you got 5 more because you got her standing way out here. Well, we can change one of them to wear something different, right? No, we screwed that up. Way too many pinks. Did we do white with yellow? No, we didn't do white with yellow yet. So that's a good call. So now you got 3, 3, and 2. Well, that makes 8. Yep. But then you've got that going on. Yeah, I do. Can we... And then... I really don't want her to be above the other one, though. The problem is I've got... We got too many red or pinks, that's for sure. And not enough darks, and I don't want her and her on both ends. So I definitely want the... Well, you don't definitely want the red pants, do you? No, I don't definitely want the red pants. I didn't really like the red pants, so... Let's move you over. Put you in the middle. Yeah, but then... Yeah, I know. Yeah. That's better. I mean, it doesn't change the fact that no matter what, I got all these blue pants all of a sudden. And, so let's break that one up a bit. And then that's not as bad. Okay. Beep, beep, beep. Okay, we gotta check. Ugh. This one needs changing. Okay. So then we... Damn it! Now I gotta get rid of that. Now, if I could just remember how I did that. Okay, well, you might as well just... Well, no, because we... Does it really matter? You just need to trim it to there. And then do the same to the other one. It'll work just fine. Alright? Okay, just do that right now. Okay? Take this one. Yeah. Bring it up to the shoes. Yeah. Grab the other one. If we're 879, then we need to go... How close are we on the other picture? It leaves a little bit of a gap. Well, you're probably better off... Well, no, I can't, because I can't do that. Yeah, I know, you'd have to try to do it all at once. Well, then that's what you're going to do. Let's move this up a little bit because I don't want it that close. Alright. Well, there's your clue. Yeah. Deja vu. Yeah. Alright. So, get rid of that. Bring in... No, don't put me on the stupid Sims. What are we doing here? What do we got? Is this the bottom one or the top one? I don't know. Well, how are we going to find out? Go like this. Yeah. Go like this. Yeah. All right. All right. Yeah. I don't really care about that. We can fill that in or something. Why would you want to? Well, dummy. We need to, I don't know what you need to do. You need to pretty much start this over. Okay? You know you can get it to fit. Without pitching a fit? Yeah, without pitching a fit. Now, is this the same thing you just did? Yeah, but we got the head. It's too close to the heads. Well, can we just do this way then? No, it's not going to work. You know how it will work? How? Watch. I'm watching. Yeah. Yeah. That does it. Okay. Yeah. Now, can we somehow do this again? Only fix it? I don't think we want that. No, we don't. I like what we did, but let's fix it. You know how you could? How? Take this. Yeah. Yeah. And we just pull it back to there. Yeah. You sure are trying to get clever here. Yeah, I know. Clevete Benu. And of course, yeah. Not bad. Nope. Alright, now what? Well, let's take this. Yeah. And that didn't work. No, it didn't. That's not what you wanted to do. No. Well, you know. mean, it's not perfect. No, but no. Sure would be nice if when I go to do this, I don't have... Could you get this out of my way? Please. That's probably going to screw that up. You're using AI, aren't you? I don't know, maybe I am. Remember when you had the Paint Shop Pro and it would just be called, blur or soften? You didn't have to worry about whether or not it was AI. No. No, we don't want that. Because you just basically made his shoe bigger. Alright, well, we've got the proper size on this right now. We just got to fix that spot right there. Okay. And then, we made it backwards, right? Yeah. Well, that means, yeah, I hear you. Well, first of all, let's crop that and then resize. And then we'll just take a little bit off of something. Okay. And then Alright. Now, I'm not going to finish it yet. We still can add titles and all that, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to temporarily add it to the May issue. Just so we got, you know, a draft going. Alright, let's works for me. I don't have, you know, it's like none of them are next to each other. So we got this pants is not next to that pants. We got pink, black, black, pink. Let's see, white has that, that, and that, and that. I don't think anybody's wearing a duplicate. Pink is wearing the blue flower and the pink flower. Not both. Not two, not more than one of each. So, yeah. That works. So, we could have another page where we do half of one of these and then the other page, the other half McAdams, or we could do a full page of, you know, other options, or I could do enough. I was also thinking those other versions, where they got they're plain but with just the seam lines. I could always like that could be like jackets that like maybe Christine Serene made, or somebody else. I don't know. Anyway, we've accomplished this. I'm going to click save. You know, we've at least got, if I had to stop now and not do any more work on these, I've at least got those 2 pages, and I could just add text to them. So, I'm happy with that. I'm sorry it took that long, but I accomplished it. And the more I do this kind of thing, the simpler it'll become, I hope. I mean, as simple as remembering that you have to type it that way. I don't have to, I just prefer to. Because it's not just beauty, it's Bea uty. Emphasis on BU. Beauty starts with BU. And if that ain't the beauty you're into, well, you might be wrong. So hopefully, nobody tries to get me to stay after tomorrow, so I could actually get out at 3 o'clock like I'm supposed to. And not 4, and not threaten with, stay till 5, and then come home and the freaking dog pisses on the bed because he's all out of whack and falling asleep in my food. So I tell the guy I'm exhausted. I come home after giving an extra hour and all the other 20 days in a row I've worked, and it's like I get home, I let the dog out, get my food out of the microwave, sit down here, and not even 5 or 10 minutes later, I'm literally like, I can't stop myself. My face is falling in my food. It's like it's not like on here where I slept for a while, but it's just like I'm just nodding off, and I'm like, damn, I'm exhausted. And pissed, I was pissed off and all that. And it's just, So I'm hoping I don't have a repeat of that tomorrow. Because the stuff I'm doing is, it's only going to be my second time trying to do this. And then the stress of, the fact that I'm not the one that wrote the schedule. I didn't have the new guy come in at 9 o'clock and then there's nobody closing late. He's only going to be there till 5 or 5:30. I mean, he's been taking his lunch. Nobody else takes a lunch, but he's taking a lunch. So that at least gives him the extra half hour. But, that's not good enough for them. They want somebody to close after that. Well, whatever. And I wasn't there today, so who knows what they were doing today. But, anyway, that's neither here nor there. I appreciate y'all watching today, whoever was watching. If you just joined us, thanks for joining in. If you're watching in the future, howdy. If you got this far and you're watching in the future, hello. Thank you to anybody who, pressed the like button. I don't harp on that. If somebody wants to do that, I'm glad to have those, but I'm not one of these where I'm expecting people to just, when they would have people doing a live stream and they do the raids and it's just a bunch of people come in and like and subscribe and it's all, that's nice, but if they're not gonna stick around and watch what I'm doing, it's not really helping me. It's just it's giving me that gives me a false sense of hope or false sense of pride, or I'm not really entertaining those people. It's almost like they're doing a favor for somebody else and just not even looking to see what I'm doing. You know, it's like I'm not. If I was trying to be a pay channel, yeah, sure, I need all that attention, I guess, but YouTube cares more about watch time and all that, and who's watching the most of which video and how much they're watching and I never want to get to the point where YouTube is telling me what to do. I never want my channel to be something where I get told which video is doing better and I should make more of that content and blah blah blah. Nope, I'm not. I'm sorry. If I'm supposed to be a creator, then I decide what I'm creating. Unless I ask for community involvement, then that's different, But I'm not asking YouTube's opinion. I will never be asking YouTube's opinion or giving a darn about what they feel I should be showing. What matters is if you're somebody that's watching right now, I hope that you're an actual person and not some bot of some sort. I hope that whatever it was that you've watched today, whether it was me working on that page or something else, or hopefully my ranting and yelling at the dog and whatever else I've done hasn't been an issue. And just a reminder, anybody who missed it, check out saveafox.org or their YouTube channel, Save a Fox, and just see if there's anything you want to do, or just see what they've been doing and spread the word and help them out. Or any of you can find a bunch of the different. There's a bunch of different YouTube channels that have fox sanctuaries and stuff, and a lot of them have gotten their foxes from that fur farm that Save a Fox got shut down. Okay? It's like Save a Fox was like the original, and the other ones have been, and I'm not saying copying or any, it's like, no, they're all part of the same idea and more like a family tree than a copying thing, because we don't know who's friends with who. We don't know, it just, anyway, if you know somebody or you want to do something, check them out, or any of the other sites. Maybe you'll find one that's closer to where you live and you want to help them out. But so thank you all for the likes and subscribes and all that good stuff, and for the views, and whatever it is that you're doing and enjoying. I hope everybody has a good night and a good day, and I hope to see you all in the next one, whichever one it is that you're watching. Until then, bye-bye for now.